both of them Shastravadanis. Shastravadanis, like Sahasra Avadanis on Shastra. Sahasra Avadanis means they can perform 1,000 actions at a time. Shastra centered. He made both of them Sarvanyas. What Mandana Mishra did through the self-effort, his whole life, Adi Shankara gave it through superconscious mutation to Todaka and Bhatmabada Acharyas, just like that. Sarvanyatva can be transmitted through the initiation. And Sahasravadana of Shastras can be transmitted just like that. Adi Shankara has demonstrated it. Then Sahasravadanis of Shastras. How do you think Drona could transmit this whole science to all the students in short period? Especially the capacities of Arjuna, Bhima. If you see all their capacities, unimaginable capacities cannot come by training. It is only the science of superconscious mutation. Just within 7 years, Karna receives everything including Brahmastram from Parasurama. How? It's impossible by training, but only through the superconscious mutation. Understand, superconscious mutation is a science. There are 25 branches of Sahasravatana, performing 1,000 actions at a time centered on organs. This tradition is kept alive in the Telugu Brahmins community who settled in the banks of Godavari and Kaveri. Understand what I am saying? Even now, there is a living stream, at least few people. We have Shodasavadanis, means who can perform 16 actions at a time. I want to tell you, put this on record, how the invaders of India destroyed this Avadani tradition. They understood these Avadanis are the powerful people keeping this Hindu tradition alive. So these invaders started rewarding the Avadanis. Everyone thought, why will award and reward Avadanis? Hindus. Because all these Hindu Avadanis have started coming out openly, publicly to receive the award and reward. They collected everyone and finished them off once for all. That is the way the living stream of the Avadanis were destroyed by the invaders. Understand? But one good news I have for you, all of you, is fortunately, this Avadani, the superconscious mutation, is done in the DNA level. If the Telugu Brahmin DNA is available, Telugu Brahmin kids are available, that is enough. I can reinitiate them, revive the whole Avadani tradition, which is what I am doing through our Gurukul. This is the good news we have. The Gotra of Avadanis, the Telugu Brahmins who carry this Avadanis DNA. If the child is initiated, into power manifestation, immediately he reclaims, his DNA is awakened, and the whole Avadana powers starts manifesting. The superconscious mutation starts happening. Shrikant Iyer is sending a message. His family also, there are Avadanis. Shrikant Iyer, you are a Tamil Brahmin. That is not called Avadanis. That is a different science. It is yogic powers. Please understand. The Telugu Brahmins kept the Avadana tradition alive. Tamil Brahmins kept the Mantra Shastra alive. The Avadanis which you are talking, Shrikant Iyer, your family, you are actually Tamil Brahmin, means the Tanjavur Brahmins, Tambras family. Hope I am right. And people who carry that Iyer title, that DNA, your Avadanatva is manifested through Mantra Shastra. Fundamentally, the Tamil Brahmins Avadana tradition, that superconscious mutation is Shastra centered. The Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition is organ centered. Karmendriya, Jnanendriya centered power is the Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition. The Tamil Brahmins, see, I don't want to create any conflict or community fight here. I am just putting all these things in record. Whatever I saw in the Akashic records and Shastras and the traditions and books, I am putting it on record. The Tamil Brahmins have the Sahasravatana capacity, Shastra centered. Once the Tamil Brahmin boy or a girl goes through a superconscious mutation, he can perform Avadana on any Shastras. On any Shastras. The Shastra-centric Avadana performance, Sahasravadana performance, science was kept alive, focused by Tamil Brahmins. Please understand, it's not that Tamil Brahmins never studied the Avadana tradition of Telugu Brahmins, but each of them took up one branch and kept it alive. And Shastra-centered Avadana tradition, Shastra means weapon. Shastra, Astra-centered Avadana tradition was kept alive by Parasurama's Gotra in UP. The whole UP area, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, in that area, the Parasurama's Gotra is still alive. They have that Sahasravadana tradition centered on Shastras and Astras. Still, I have seen one Brahmin sadhu who can pick up a grass and chant a mantra and throw that grass, it will catch fire by itself and go and fall some 20-30 kilometers away. And blast. I have seen a sadhu who can perform this avadana. Please understand, the organ-centric superconscious mutation avadani tradition was kept alive in Telugu Brahmin stream. Shastra-centric, mantra-centric, Sahasravadana tradition was kept alive by Tamil Brahmins, and Astra-Shastra, weapon-centric avadana was kept alive by the Parashurama's Gotra in UP and Uttarakhand, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and UP, the UP, Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And Ramesh Ramani is sending a message that they are Telugu Brahmins, and one of his great-grandmother has written the Ramayana on wall. Oh God. Actually, these are living, what to say, that living documentations. I am getting so many messages. And Nitya Ramani is saying that Isha and Keshava are half Telugu Brahmins. Can they be initiated, Swamiji? Please understand, for the superconscious mutation, they have to be in a Gurukul. And Nitya Ramani, if you want 2 kids for the family, keep Isha and Keshav. Now plan to give birth to more kids. And you are young, you are not old. You are young, you can. Give birth at least 2 to 3 kids more. Send them to Gurukul because it needs a full attention for their DNA to fully manifest. Mainly the ecosystem where they continue every day, they have to manifest powers. Their food. You need to understand, Nitya Ramani, because you asked, I am telling you, the lifestyle and the kind of words people utter around, all that plays a major role when a child flowers into avadani. The fear and greed, everything should be centered on power manifestation, not on money manifestation. See, it is not that our Gurukul kids don't have fear or don't have greed, but it is all centered on power manifestation. They get greedy to manifest more powers. They get fear if they don't manifest powers. But it is not centered on money. Oh, will I get a job? Will I get this certificate? Will I get that? So understand, the whole life has to be focused on power manifestation and becoming avadanis. The real reason why I am so focused on Gurukul is my work is not just writing some 1,000 books, giving 1,000 satsangs. My work is superconscious mutation. Making thousands and thousands of avadanis, power manifestors, demonstrably. Please understand one more thing. I want to put this whole thing on record. Good news is this whole science is recorded inside the DNA. So as long as the last Brahmin is alive, this science cannot be destroyed, cannot be eliminated. That's the good news. The great news is Paramashiva has empowered me. He has given me the power to revive, awaken, and do the superconscious mutation and revive that power of Sahasravadani. So Nithyaramani, first thing, you are young, you are not old. Both of you are young. You can plan for at least 2 or 3 more kids and send them to Gurukul after the age of 7. This will be equivalent to giving $1 billion to Hindu society. Understand? When you give one child to Gurukul and when he starts manifesting powers, a tradition is revived. Not just one person. A tradition is revived. I always tell people, when one Hindu woman is taken away, it is not that we lose one woman, yet whole lineage is lost. Same way, if the one child, Brahmin child, or one Brahmin girl starts manifesting this avatana powers, it is not that one girl or one boy is manifesting. The whole gotra, the whole order, the tradition, the heritage, that whole lineage is revived. The kids who are staying in their home with parents, I can initiate them, give them few powers. But becoming like a Sahasravatani, you need the ecosystem where the kids manifest these powers intensely. I wanted to tell all of you who put the message now, Ramesh Ramani, Nithya Ramani, Shrikant Iyer, all of you, take this very seriously. One child from the Brahmin tradition, Brahmin DNA, please understand, I am not a casteist person. All of you should know, I myself is not a Brahmin DNA. I am from Adishevalalar community. So you should know that I am not a casteist person, and I talk so much about social justice, and I work for the social justice. Here I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. I am not talking about the social community structure. I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. To understand, if one Brahmin child becomes part of the Gurukul and he starts manifesting powers and sarvanyatva, and he starts manifesting this avadanitva, not just the one child, the whole lineage is revived. Hindus need to realize, last 300 years, heavy persecution, huge effort was put to destroy this Avadani science, the superconscious mutation science, because this is the core of Hinduism. Core of Hinduism is not just in Shastras, not just in temples. All that is great. Keeping it alive, all that is container. Content is the superconscious mutation process. Understand, I am not disrespecting Shastras or the temples. No way. But all I am telling you is Shastras and temples are all containers. See, when invaders invaded India, they burnt libraries, whole thing. Some of our libraries was burning for 2 years. Around 20 million books, manuscripts have been burnt. But the whole thing was rewritten within next 10 years by just 10 Brahmins sitting in a remote forest, because in their DNA the whole thing is programmed and in their memory the whole thing is there. They just sit and go on writing. Patanjali himself says, I took my 1,000-headed Patanjali Adisesha farm and wrote this whole Mahabhashya. It means he became the Sahasravatani, the 1,000 independent, intelligent brain tracts. He activated it, and all the whole 1,000 track revealed all the 1,000 branches of the knowledge. Patanjali is the Tamil Brahmin who is a Sahasravatani, mantra, Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. Is the Tanjore Brahmin. Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. He reveals the whole Mahabhashya. So if you just have one Patanjali, even if 1,000 libraries are burnt, no problem. They will repeat it and rewrite it, pen the whole thing down in next 10 years. That is the way, even though millions of temples are destroyed and the libraries got burned, we immediately came back. We immediately revived the whole thing in next generation, within next generation. Now is the time to revive not just the Avadani science of organ-centric, mantra-centric, Shastra and Shastra-centric, all the 25 branches of Avadani tradition. Sahasravatana in all 25 branches, the mantra, power manifestation. Power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana is one of the science branches. We can create kids who can perform 1,000 power manifestation at a time. Sahasravatana at a time. I can talk about all these things. With Paramashiva's grace, I have a right to talk about all these things because I already demonstrated many things which I am talking. Understand? The organ-centric Sahasravatana, that is what is this remote vision, ability to read blindfolded, and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana, that is what is that any book without opening the eyes, the kids can just tell what is there in which page. Already Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. Sarvanyatva, not just Nithyananda, many kids along with Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. And Astra-centric, Astra-Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. This comes under this materialization. Many other power manifestations come under this Astra and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. You can receive anything you want and send anything you want. Many of these powers, these Avadana traditions, these sciences I have demonstrated. Now, through a large scale Gurukul, I'll be taking this whole science to the whole world. See, the good news I have for all of you is, with the grace of Paramashiva, we demonstrated it is possible. We already revived the foolproof. The methodology is success, end to end, the quality control passed. That is done. Now we will have to make it available to the whole world by making large numbers, like 10,000 balasans, 10,000 female sannyasinis, 10,000 rudraganyas, manifesting these different Avadana traditions. That is what we have to do, and that is what I am doing. That is what I am focused, and I know what all the dangers and attacks possible, what all the persecution, dangers and attacks possible. I am first doing all the protection needed to protect once I start doing this work. To understand, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will do it, and he is doing it. He is really doing it. He is doing great work in large scale. Great work in large scale. I am just creating the infrastructure needed to host these thousands of kids, thousands of Gurukul Balasans, thousands of sannyasis, Rudraganyas, Apat sannyasis, who will work on the superconscious mutation, start manifesting these powers. I'm just working. So understand, by the time I evolve these infrastructures, all of you who put the message, Shrikant, Nithyaramani, Ramesh Ramani, all of you, you guys plan for getting more and more Brahmin kids. Your very DNA which you want to revive. Start working. If you feel, oh, it is little late for me, Swamiji, especially Ramesh Ramani may say, I think Swamiji, it is little late for me. But no problem. You have daughters, you have sons and daughters. You tell your daughters to give birth. Let the next generation. See, if possible, you give birth. If not, your sons and your daughters. Ask them. If you want to 2 child for your family, have 2 for you, and give few more kids birth to at least 2-3 more, and let that child go and be part of the Gurukul and revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I tell you, sending a child to the Gurukul will be equivalent to donating $1 billion to Hindu society. Because even if you give $1 billion, what will I do? I have to find a living DNA, kids, who will go through the superconscious mutation process and manifest this to the world. I can do all the Sahasravatana, but one person doing, maybe it will bring glory to me, but I am interested in bringing the glory to the whole Hindu tradition, not just me. I am interested in reviving this whole tradition where 10,000 kids perform the superconscious mutation process of Sahasravatana. I want all the Brahmins to know, especially if you are from a family where alcohol and non-veg is not a lifestyle, where still you keep the Brahminical traditions alive, you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA which can revive Hinduism. So I request the Brahmins, especially still who are living the Brahminical lifestyle of no non-veg, no alcohol, that lifestyle. You all need to know you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA, and your kids not only can be the greatest gift for reviving Hinduism, they can be greatest gift for the whole humanity. Sonali Gupta is asking, what was the Kashmir Avatani tradition? Kashmir Avatani tradition was power manifestation science. On power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. If you see the whole Kashmiri Shaivite tradition, it was all about the power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. They were able to perform, manifest 1,000 powers at a time. Sahasravatana on Shakti Avishkarana tradition. See, a university, Hindu university, this is the way it existed. Fortunately, I could get the blueprint of at least 12 universities that existed. Tarukavanam. Tarukavanam is one of the greatest Hindu university where the rewriting of all the Puranas happened. The Tarukavana rishis. And then the Kadambavanam. Kadambavanam is around the Madurai. There was a university. Madurai was called Kadambavanam, and around the Madurai, one university. And Vedaranyam, forest of Vedas in Tamil Nadu, Vedaranyam, and Kanchi. Like that, different universities, blueprints I got. Fortunately, Paramashiva gave access to me. In that, I saw all these universities had 25 branches of Sahasravatanis. People who can perform 1,000 actions spontaneously, simultaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation, either centered on organs, or centered on Shastras, scriptures, or centered on Shakti Avishkarana, power manifestation, or centered on Astra Shastra Vidyas. Like these 25 branches, the metallurgy and arts, the whole Vishwakarma Sampradaya. Understand, we had Vishwakarmas who can perform 1,000 acts at a time on the science of sacred arts. Vishwakarmas are called Vishwakarma Brahmins. You should know that. They are Brahmin DNA. That was one of the branch in the 25 branches of the university. With Paramashiva's grace, we will revive all the 25 branches. Sahasravadanis in each branch. At least few thousand kids, so that it is kept alive forever in the future. I have already demonstrated the grace of Paramashiva, the science Paramashiva gave to me is working. I have already demonstrated. Now I just needed to scale it up. And I also realized what all the external attacks and internal attacks possible. When I scale it up, based on that, I am creating an infrastructure where once we start doing it, we will not need to waste our time in defending ourselves from the external attacks and internal attacks. We have a complete foolproof system where there is no attacks. We are absolutely safe. With the grace of Paramashiva, he has already given us that kind of a legal, political structure. Now we are just making infrastructure. And this is what is the real revival of enlightened civilization. Conscious civilization. And I know now what I said, what I focused, and what I delivered is too much even to grasp. These Avadani traditions which I described, 4 different Avadani traditions. Organ-centered, mantra-centered, Shastra-Astra-centered, sacred arts centered. Just understanding this 4 itself, you need to watch this satsang at least for 10 days. And you should first of all understand Avadani. You should see few Avadanis. Only then you will understand what is this Avadani tradition. Only if you see my Gurukul Balasans manifesting some 10-12 powers, you will understand this power manifestation is possible. Till then you can never understand. You may think, no, it is not possible. It is all just humbug. You can go on. But only if you see, check for yourself, foolproof, you will understand, wow, it is all true. Same way, only if you see few Avadanis, you will understand. The Avadani tradition is possible. Is possible. And understand all these various Avadani traditions. Totally 25 different Avadani traditions existed in Hinduism, documented as the documents I could see. Whatever documents I could see, I saw these 25 traditions. So, I am going to revive this 25, and Paramashiva has blessed me. with the knowledge, ability, energy, Kundalini Shakti to perform the superconscious mutation for all these 25 traditions. In these 25 traditions, each one represents one face of Paramashiva. One face of Paramashiva represents one Avadani tradition. Avadani is a person who can perform multiple acts simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation happened in him. It can be in the field of organs. It can be in the field of Shastra scriptures. It can be in the field of power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. It can be in the field of Sthapatya Veda, sacred arts. Sthapatya Veda. It can be in the field of food and medicine, Ayurveda, Ayush Veda. Food and medicine both are considered as the same branch in Hindu tradition. Food and medicine was not separate. It was one and the same in Hindu tradition. And all these 25 branches, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will be reviving through the superconscious mutation process. Paramashiva himself is here to do this work, to do this job. All the major Hindu universities we had, Naimisharanya, Tarukavana, Katambavana, Vedaranya, all these were the great universities which had all these 25 traditions, 25 Sarvanya Pitas. Understand? Temples, monasteries, gurukuls, libraries, all of them are containers. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Especially if you are from a Brahmin community who's still living the Brahminical traditional lifestyle of no non-veg and no alcohol. Actually, if you don't do Gayatri, if you don't do Sandhya Vandanam, if you don't do Agnihotra Mandala also is okay. I'm not saying don't do. Even if you have not performed all of that is also okay, because that can be just revived. But the non-veg and alcohol and drugs directly affects the very DNA structure. The capacity of the DNA is lost if you allow non-veg and alcohol and drugs. If you have kept non-veg, alcohol, drugs away and lived the Brahminical lifestyle, if you just keep these three away, that Brahminical lifestyle will be more than enough. You are still carrying a powerful DNA which can be a great blessing not only for Hindus, for the whole world. Because if you give one child, for example, Paramesha, Sri Advait and Mahadvait gave Paramesha and Tattva to Gurukul. Especially Paramesha, the way he started manifesting powers when he was a kid. It is not that now he is only one sannyasi or one kid, one balasant manifesting powers. he is going to revive, inspire a lineage. I'm giving an example. If he becomes a Pitadipati, once fully able to perform Sahasravatana, 1,000 actions, he can easily perform 50 at least right now. 50 power manifestation he can perform right now, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. I just need to support him with the ecosystem, and it will be just hardly 2-3 years work for him to become 1,000 Sahasravatani in power manifestation, in Shakti Avishkarana. Because he's a Tamil Brahmin, the Tanjavur Brahmin DNA, he will be naturally centered on mantra, the Shastra, scripture-centric Sahasravatani, that he will naturally manifest with the power manifestation. Because power manifestation directly I am giving. So you will be able to do both, like a power manifestation Sahasravatana and mantra, Shastra manifestation Sahasravatana. Both you will be able to easily perform. So when he does that, if he becomes a Pidadipati, a sannyasi, he will be inspiring millions of the next generation to become sannyasis and take this science forward. If he decides to become Grihastha, when he grows up and if he decides he wants to get married, at least his whole family and the lineage, that Karuvali Parambarai, will start carrying the same awakened superconscious mutation DNA. Anyway, he will be blessing for the world. If he takes up Grihastha, he will be making few kids manifesting. If he becomes sannyasi, he will be making few thousand kids manifesting this Sahasravatana. That's all. Understand? What I am talking is a clear Paramashiva's blueprint. He will do it. He is doing it. He is doing it. I tell you, the real work is all about superconscious mutation. Actually, when Paramesha had a fracture in the hand, it is because of my fear for Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I sent him to hospital. If there was no interference of Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I would not have sent him to hospital. Because I know how to heal it simply, just by the superconscious mutation. But Madhvait is terrorized. What can I do? I have to be legally right as per the Indian law. So I said, all right, take him to hospital and do what need to be done. I only consciously supported him. If I did not have Mahadvait, Rishiyadvait's interference, all it would have taken for me is 10 minutes to remove the pain, next 10 minutes to make the bone set. And after half an hour, I'll tell them, hey, now take the X-ray and show that it's all clear. The X-ray will prove he's all right, it's all clear. That's it. No question of any other things needed. Because this Avadana tradition, when the superconscious mutation starts happening inside a child, he gets the power to manifest the body as he wants. Paramesha did not have pain when he had a fracture, is connection with me. But he has to be sent to hospital for medical attention is because of Mahadvait and Rishi Advait's fears. Middle class Hindus, what to do? For last 5-6 generations, even they do not know that this kind of avadana is possible, and even they have not seen their parents or great-grandparents manifesting these powers. At least 3-4 generations it is gone. So they are all jittery, shaky middle-class Hindus. Always they want to have a plan B, that fallback. And it is not their mistake. That is the way now, because for so many generations you did not see all this is possible. Forget about Mahadvait, Rishi Advait, Paramesha getting medically treated. When I had the fracture, not only I did not have pain, but finally, no hospital was ready to do the surgery without anesthesia. I am telling, hey, I am an adult. I will write and give you that I don't want anesthesia. You perform the surgery directly. Actually, I did not even want to go to the allopathy hospital. I want to go to the Puttur. In Tamil Nadu, there is a place called, sorry, not Tamil Nadu, Andhra. There is a place called Puttur, Nagari Puttur, where the Sahasravadanis of medical field, in that one branch is still alive. Any kind of fracture, they will cure it without any surgery in 10 days. From all over the world, people come there. I want to go there actually. But these guys were constantly, these doctors, no, we cannot discharge you from the hospital and it has to be done within next few hours. All these big mess, and I thought, oh God, even I have to be legally obedient. Obey legally. Even I cannot go through the surgery without anesthesia. That was. But what to do? When you are in a country, you have to go through their legal system. Actually, the moment I had the fracture, I told my disciples, hey, drive to Nagari Puttur directly. Don't go to Bangalore. But somehow these fellows said, no, Swamiji, let's first take the X-ray and know where the fracture is exactly and take it to the Nagari Puttur so that they will repair it. We will go to hospital only for diagnosis, but treatment we will go to Nagari Puttur. But once you enter the hospital, they say, no, we can't discharge you. You are a VIP. And the hospital will get the bad name if we send you out. And I said, all right, perform at least surgery without anesthesia. But the law is law. They said, no, it's a law of the land. They have to first of all report to police, and they have to report to government because a VIP having a hand fracture, and they are answerable to any of the repercussions or outcomes. Anyhow, but I tell you, only when I demonstrate the powers of the superconscious mutation, world will realize the greatest gift Hindus are having, which need to be shared with the whole world. This will be the greatest gift Hindus will be giving to the whole world. I'll continue with my initiations into superconscious mutation in the further sessions. Today I wanted to reveal the blueprint, Paramashiva's blueprint. In the further satsangs, I'll give you detailed initiations. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Jnanapatiti Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's
Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the authentic scriptures, Shrutis, the Veda Agamas, stand as a foundation for Hinduism. Apta Pramana, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilation of the experience of the sages, rishis, enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Atma Pramana, which with Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of the guru's initiation in a disciple, which is demonstrable to the world. Of a particular lineage which is demonstrable to the world, and Pratyaksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. Bhagavan has given all the Pramanas to understand which is demonstrable to the world, and Pratyaksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. Bhagavan has given all the Pramanas to understand the deeper science of the power manifestation. All this great science, again and again, when we hear it, we start understanding the deeper truth of power manifestation. For the power of mind reading, let's go to the Shastra Pramana. For the power of mind reading is taken from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.17.
There's an independent intelligent inside us. Let's go to the
The Shastra Pramana for the power of mind reading is taken from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.15. Hridaye chitta samghatad drishyasvapadarsanam. Hridaye chitta samghatad drishyasvapadarsanam.
Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully explains when the individual mind is united into the core consciousness, every observable or objective phenomena and even the absence of every objective phenomena is directly experienced as the form of consciousness and appears in its existential reality as it is. Bhagavan Paramashiva has beautifully given us the deeper truth, how they existed and how the Ganges civilization, Yamuna civilization, and how all these civilizations exist as avadanis, manifesting the ultimate powers of Paramashiva. Now we have lost the science, and Bhagavan is giving us all this information and all this knowledge and all this initiation for us to raise into that space of oneness. And if we are listening to this, we are the chosen one to manifest all these powers. Again and again, Bhagavan is raising us into the space, giving us the superconscious mutation. How the Pancha Pandavas happened because of the superconscious mutation, each one of us can experience that deep oneness and manifest these powers and have a glimpse of all the superconscious mutation that Bhagavan is speaking about in the power manifestation. When we understand that individual mind, when it unites into the consciousness, goes beyond the root pattern and experience the oneness with Paramashiva, then whatever is seen or not seen is Paramashiva. Everything that exists is Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully says how the integrity and authenticity describes the state of Paramashiva, and responsibility enriching starts making the space of Paramashiva. When we take the responsibility again and again to reside as Paramashiva and be in that oneness space and not let the mind delude us into all the negative thoughts, when we are very clear again and again to start experiencing Paramashiva as our reality, whether we are drinking a cup of coffee or walking or making a financial decisions, whatever we are doing, continuously holding the space, Paramashiva is manifesting, Paramashiva is thinking, Paramashiva is walking, Paramashiva is experiencing. When we start understanding that ultimate is happening in us, in every action or every thought and every word, we become the ultimate. It is pretty simple, Bhagavan says, but continuously cognizing that whatever Paramashiva is saying, to start living that greater science, we start experiencing the superconscious mutation. Bhagavan is waiting to download all this great science in each one of us to manifest these great powers. And for the start, the tapas that we need to do, it's not like we land up on the moon the first day. We have the school, we have the primary, secondary, and the higher secondary, and then the college, and then we go for the NASA training, and then we have the whole training for few years before we land on the moon. Same way, Bhagavan is giving us a foundation for us to experience all these greater powers. First, to get past, he says, if you see the Balasans, you'll start understanding that superconscious mutation is the way of existential reality, how we exist and manifest the new dimension, new way of existing on planet Earth. That's what Bhagavan calls it as new gen rather than next gen, and completely into the higher superconscious mutation. Beautifully, how Bhagavan said the Avadanis lived, and Renuka was one of the greatest person who was the wife of Jamagni, and she was in such a chaste person that she was in such a oneness space. How the Panchabandavas were born in the superconscious mutation, like that she was going to the river every day to hold the water, which is made of a pot of a running sand. The sand water, you can never make a pot. You need a clay to make a pot. But she could make a pot because of her chastity and she could get water in that every single day. But one day, when she saw the Gandharva, just one thought of hers just made her drop that power and get into the delusion. And once she got into the delusion, she didn't know how to address to the Rishi. And Rishi simply read her mind and knew what was going on. They lived in such a high oneness space, such a high space of manifesting every action as manifestation, as their reality, as superconscious mutation, as their reality. This is from Mahabharata. All this great Bhagavan says is in Epic and Purana, how they exist as a superconscious mutation. Bhagavan beautifully gives us the more powerful cognition, how he says, the greater realization I had should not be bothered about the imaginary opinion of others. I should be living the higher reality constantly from beyond what the negative thoughts and experience the deeper reality. He once bought the food for his guru, but it happened that he was little shy to get a lot more food for the guru. And simply the gurus asked him to go around begging continuously so that he can drop the imaginary delusion of the other's opinion. And Bhagavan beautifully describes that in this powerful cognition space.
And it's a different lifestyle. But in that same street, I have to beg now. All will make fun. What happened to your grandfather and his wealth? They will ask all questions and they will tell my grandfather. That is the next problem. That your grandson is begging in the street, why you are not giving food for him? Of course, one good thing I had, I think this is the greatest boon Sadashiva gave, just obeying the Guru Vak. I think that's the greatest wealth I brought with me, I tell you. The future may think, future may describe various things as my main contribution. Some may say my Gurukul is my contribution, and some may say the science of manifesting powers is my great contribution. Some may say science of enlightenment is my great contribution. But I tell you, the greatest thing I brought, which was useful for me, is surrender to the Guru Vak. If any of you feel in a very short span, in a very young age, in small number of years, I have done big work. Whoever feels, if you feel that, if you want to know the secret, I tell you, complete surrender to the Guru Vak, to the letter and spirit, that reduced lot of time wastage. The moment my Guru said, go and beg the same street, in the same shop and bring food, I know now it is a serious. It's not casual. It's not fun anymore. It means I have done something out of my pattern or out of the context which my masters are correcting. I tell you, I stood up, straight went to that street, begged, and brought whatever I got. Naturally, all friends, family, they all gave so many things. I have to take a small pulling cart. In villages, there will not be rickshaw, the hand pulled cart. So I have to hire a small hand pulled cart to bring all the items I got as bhiksha to my guru. So I hired a small vehicle and brought the whole thing and put it at the feet of both the gurus, and I realized, understand, that was one of the greatest realization I had. I should not be bothered about imaginary opinions of others. I tell you, the liberation that happened at that moment is still now useful for me. Next day, I had a chance to talk to both my friends. They were asking me, hey, why were you going for bhiksha in all the shops? Did you do any prayer, or is it any divine commitment? In villages, we have a habit that if somebody is sick, they pray to Venkateshwara and Kuladevata, that they will go for bhiksha and bring and offer it in the undi. Still we do that. Every Puratasi month, all the Vaishnavas, they go for bhiksha and take it and offer it to Vishnu temple, and Shaivites, every Margasirsha month, go for bhiksha and offer it to the Shiva temple. They asked, when both the friends asked me that, hey, did you have any prayer? Why were you begging? In the mind I was thinking, only you fellows are responsible for my begging. And only now I understand, you guys did not even have the idea which I was thinking you guys will be having. Understand, if you understand this one truth, the amount of time you are wasting in your life without moving towards your goal will be cut 80%. I am telling you. My idea that this is what they will be thinking, even though they are not thinking, and even if they are thinking, that should not be postponing or pushing my decisions and my actions, but imagining this is what they will be thinking and not doing what I am supposed to do. Please understand, this is one of the most powerful, sickening patterns in which all of us are stuck. Sickening pattern. Yes, if I worked on completion, I myself would have got out of that pattern, but when I am 50, fortunately, I had that implicit surrender to Guru Vak. It only took 50 minutes for me to get out. When I was going and doing bhiksha, I just know the pattern. There is some pattern. That is the reason. Some reason. Something is not right in me. That is the reason I did not take that prasad and just come and came back.
Shakshi Pramana.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explained how we think of the negative things, but actually in reality it is not happening that way. Here the Balasans
are sharing their experience of the power manifestation.
Yesterday, Swamiji told that no obstacles will be facing. The moment I initiated immediately. Yesterday, Swamiji told that no obstacles will be facing. The moment I initiated, immediately you guys will start manifesting. When he told, the confidence it came. So when I was sitting with my friend and manifesting, immediately the whole group started materializing Kumkum, Chandan. By seeing the materialization, even I got very excited and decided to manifest. And immediately started manifesting body scanning, house scanning, and mind reading.
One thing that I forgot to mention about my Yanamaya was that I had wrote down a name of a deity, Ma Mariaman, and I had folded it so she couldn't see it. And she actually got the name within 2 tries. It was amazing.
Beautifully, they were able to manifest immediately when they were connected to Bhagwan, and when he said, just you will manifest, you are in space of oneness, you will simply manifest. And they just made it as reality, Guru's word as their reality. Here you can have a partner, and the partner can write down different words, and you can have more than one partner also. Or you want to scan some happenings of some place, you can write the place, and you can simply see through your third eye, and whatever appears, start writing down the detail, and simply you can verify at the end of the session all that Bhagwan has downloaded. Bhagwan is talking about 1,000 heads getting downloaded, how Patanjali and how these great saints manifested all these great powers, which is possibility in our brain. Even as Einstein, even as a science could say only 25% that he uses his brain, then what happens to our brain, which can be used if we use the full fledge of the brain that is possible for each one of us to manifest all this great truth into reality. And step by step, we start experiencing this truth into our life. We'll start understanding life is a manifestation and live as gods and goddesses on planet Earth. What we are going to do now, all that we need to do is chant the Mahavakya, deeply connecting to Paramashiva, and chant the Mahavakya. And once we are chanting the Mahavakya, the frequency simply raises into that beautiful space of oneness, manifest as powers. Bhagavan beautifully says, sit as 25 heads, 75 eyes, and 50 hands. Be very clear. See yourself as Paramashiva, Parashakti, or your Ishtadevata constantly. And you will simply experience the higher reality. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely to experience the deeper oneness with Paramashiva. And whatever Paramashiva shows, please go ahead and write down the detail, and you can verify at the end of the session. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya deeply from our navel center, vibrating with the Mahavakya and the deep listening, surrendering to Paramashiva, dissolving into Paramashiva, in dissolving and disappearing in deep gratitude and thanking Bhagavan.
Your head at 50-handed Paramashiva as eternally 16, youthful. Commit with Paramashiva. Only He exists. Anything else is delusion. Now, sit straight. We'll enter into the process. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye.
Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes, and whatever Paramashiva has shown, please verify with your partner. Whatever they are thinking in the mind, is it exactly what you have written down? You can share all this greater truth in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Again and again, Bhagavan says, how you experience the pramanas, cognition shifts happen. And then the cognition manifests as powers. Buddhi is equal to Shakti, Shakti is equal to Buddhi. And when you manifest powers, Bhagavan says, power manifestation, extreme manifestation is extreme causing. You will be celebrating yourself, experiencing that superconscious mutation, the bliss in you. You will be telling the world what you experience, and that is the causing. More and more you cause others reality to raise them to the superconscious mutation, that they can come for the satsang, initiation, do the puja, do the yoga. You are in that space of oneness with Paramashiva. Go on enriching and causing the world, and you will experience the same as your reality. Let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagwan's lotus feet in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagwan for showering all this greater truth initiation every single day, and thanking all of you in all the social media manifesting the powers of Paramashiva with simple integrity, simple obedience. Like Bhagwan says, Guru Vak as life. Every day doing the 4 padas, starting with the Yoga Pada, then Kriya Pada, the Puja, then the Jnana Pada, that is the Satsang, initiation and power manifestation. And experiencing this is the Charya Pada, lifestyle itself. And simply you can manifest any reality, Bhagavan says. So thank you for being here and sharing all this greater truth to the world. And let's end the session with the Purna Mantra, holding the powerful cognition. Paramashiva is real in thought, word, and action, seeing everything, everyone as Paramashiva as reality. And let's chant the Purna Mantra to end the session. Let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring your awareness to your third eye and chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. The next session will be at 6 p.m. at IST. See you for more power manifestation session. Thank you, Nithyanandam. You can log in through eKailasha to join the next session. Thank you.
Mic testu. Mic testu.
Nithyanandam.
Mic testu.
Paramashivoham.
Makallalagare kanu.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham.
Nithyanam, mic test. Hello, Nithyanam, mic test.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, we welcome you all to today's Uttaranga celebrations of the Chittirai Peruvira. Chittirai Peruvira is the festival that celebrates the life and glory of Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti and Sri Somasundareshwara Paramashiva, who together established the most ancient enlightened civilization and enlightenment ecosystem, Kailas Sonata Shamalapita Sarvagnya Peetham, the powerful ecosystem that stands tall even today through an unbroken lineage of enlightened masters and siddhars. The spiritual rulers, Guru Mahasannidhanams, heading the Madurai Samrajyam. Today, we are going to witness here in Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam at Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Sarvagna Peetham, the grand Rathotsavam celebrations, the chariot festival, where Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti along with Sri Somasundareshwara Swami Paramashiva are going to grace the devotees and disciples on a wooden chariot and blessing them. Let us now, with the blessings of our beloved Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Adinam, the Shyamala Peetha Sarvagna Peetham, the reviver of this ancient enlightenment ecosystem established by Devi Meenakshi and Bhagwan Sundareshwara Paramashiva themselves. In his presence, in his blessings, with his auspicious blessings, let us now begin this grand Rathotsavam celebrations.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तन्नमामि नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मध्यमाम् नित्यानन्दपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रीनिटिलकृतकस्तूरीतिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधारस्फुरितकटिकौपी नवसनः दधानो दुस्तारं शिरसि भनिराजं शशिकला प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते ॐ सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते शरणागत दीनार्थपरित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्ति हरे देवी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव सोमसुंदरेश्वर स्वामी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मीनाक्षी देव्यै नमः कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि। शिवानन्दपीयूषरत्नाकरस्थां शिवब्रह्मविष्णुमरेशाभिवन्द्यां शिवध्यानलग्नां शिवज्ञानमूर्तिं शिवाख्यामतीतां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां शिवादिस्फुरत्पञ्चमञ्चाधिरूढां धनुर्बाणपाशाङ्कुशोद्भासि हस्तां नवीनार्कवर्णां नवीनेन्दुचूडां परब्रह्मपत्नीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालां किरीटाङ्गदोद्भासि माङ्गल्यसूत्रां स्फुरन्मेखलाहारताटङ्गभूषां परामन्त्रकां पाण्ड्यसिंहासनस्थां परन्धामरूपां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां ललामाञ्चितस्निग्धफालेन्दुभागां लसन्नीरजोत्फुल्लकल्हारसंस्थां ललाटे क्षणार्धाङ्गलग्नोज्ज्वलाङ्गीं परन्धामरूपां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां त्रिखण्डात्मविद्यां त्रिबिन्दुस्वरूपां त्रिकोणे लसन्तीं त्रिलोकावनम्रां त्रिबीजाधिरूढां त्रिमूर्त्यात्मविद्यां परब्रह्मपत्नीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालाम् सदा बिन्दुमध्योल्लसत्वेणिरम्यां समुत्तुङ्गवक्षोजभारावनम्रां क्वणन्नूपुरोपेतलाक्षारसार्द्र स्फुरत्पादपद्मां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां यमाद्यष्टयोगाङ्गरूपामरूपाम् अकाराक्षकारान्तवर्णामवर्णाम् अखण्डामनन्यामचिन्त्यामलक्ष्याम् अमेयात्मविद्यां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां सुधासागरान्ते मणिद्वीपमध्ये लसत्कल्पवृक्षोज्ज्वलद्बिन्दुचक्रे महायोगपीठे शिवाकारमञ्चे सदा सन्निषण्णां भजे पाण्ड्यबालाम् ॐ सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते शरणागतदीनार्थपरित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्तिहरे देवी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव सोमसुंदरेश्वर स्वामी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मीनाक्षी देव्यै नमः। कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि।
This grand Ratham, the wooden chariot, is a holographic representation of all the 14 lokas, the 14 planes of existence of the whole cosmos, 7 above and 7 below. Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti and Sri Somasundareshwara Swami Paramashiva are gracing the disciples and devotees here on this grand Ratham, the wooden chariot. This represents Devi Meenakshi and Sri Sri Somasundareshwara Swami being the spindle, the axle around which all the 14 lokas of existence exist, and they are the center of the entire creation. It is from this seat that they rule the entire cosmos and administer the dharmic law, the cosmic law. It is indeed a blessing to have their darshan on this grand ratham, and all the devotees and disciples who get an opportunity to pull this ratham, this wooden chariot, are the most blessed among all the beings. The ancient and sacred Kathopanishad has compared the human body with the ratham, a chariot. In this analogy, the human body is a chariot which is carrying God in the form of the soul, and he is the only traveler in this vehicle and is pulled by the senses as its horses and the discrimination as a person who is riding the chariot. The Sanskrit verse beautifully says, Rathotsavam Keshavam Drishtva Punarjanmana Vidhate, which means if anyone sees God while riding on a ratham, they will be freed permanently from all the bonds, and they will never again come into the cycle of birth and death. That is the power of having the darshan of your chosen deity, of your favorite deity, gracing on a ratham. Today, with this grand Rathotsavam, as the Uttaranga celebrations of the Chittirai Peruvara, let us all cherish this moment and be in a complete space of receptivity and restful awareness, and receive the Nayana Diksha of the Archavataras of Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti and Sri Somasundareshwara Swami, along with all the other gods and goddesses of Kailasa as their paraphernalia, as they grace us on this wooden chariot, this grand ratham. Let us now offer Arati to all the Utsava Vigrahas.
सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातने गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते शरणागतदीनार्थपरित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्ति हरे देवी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव सोमसुंदरेश्वर स्वामी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मीनाक्षी देव्यै नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि।
Let us now continue to celebrate the Rathotsavam celebrations here in Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam at Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Sarvagnya Peetham, where the Utsava Vigrahas of Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti and Somasundareshwara Swami Paramashiva himself are gracing us today on the grand Ratham, the wooden chariot. Along with that, we are also graced by the presence of the Utsava Vigrahas of Sri Mahaganapati, Sri Subramanya Swami, Sri Chandikeshwara Swami, the Utsava Vigraha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam himself. All of them gracing us today, blessing us with their presence as we carry them joyfully in this grand procession all around the temple.
सुषुम्नान्तरन्ध्रे सहस्रारपद्मे रवीन्द्रग्निसंयुक्तचिच्चक्रमध्ये सुधामण्डलस्थे सुनिर्वाणपीठे सदा सञ्चरन्तीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालां षडन्ते नवान्ते लसद्वादशान्ते महाबिन्दुमध्ये सुनादान्तराळे शिवाख्ये कलातीतनिःशब्ददेशे सदा सञ्चरन्तीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालां चतुर्मार्गमध्ये सुकोणान्तराङ्गे खरन्ध्रे सुधाकारकूपान्तराळे निरालम्बपद्मे कलाषोडशान्ते सदा सञ्चरन्तीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालां स्फुटद्वन्द्वनिर्मुक्तवायुप्रलीन प्रकाशान्तराळे ध्रुवोपेतरम्ये महाषोडशान्ते मनोनाशदेशे सदा सञ्चरन्तीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालां चतुष्पत्रमध्ये सुकोणत्रयान्ते त्रिमूर्त्याधिवासे त्रिमार्गान्तराळे सहस्रारपद्मोचितां चित्प्रकाश प्रवाहप्रलीनां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां लसद्वादशान्तेन्दुपीयूषधारा वृतामूर्तिमानन्दमग्नान्तरङ्गां परां त्रिस्तनीं तां चतुष्कोटमध्ये परन्धामरूपां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां सहस्रारपद्मे सुषुम्नान्तमार्गे स्फुरच्चन्द्रपीयूषधारां पिबन्तीं सदा श्रावयन्तीं सुधामूर्तिमम्बां परञ्ज्योतिरूपां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां नमस्ते सदा पाण्ड्यराजेन्द्रकन्ये नमस्ते सदा सुन्दरेशाङ्कवासे नमस्ते नमस्ते सुमीनाक्षि देवी नमस्ते नमस्ते पुनस्ते नमोस्तु सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते शरणागत दीनार्तपरित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्ति हरे देवी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव सोमसुंदरेश्वर स्वामी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मीनाक्षी देव्यै नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि। रक्षान् धारयामि।
With great pride and privilege, we are grateful that our beloved Bhagwan, the very manifestation of Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti and Bhagwan Somasundareshwara Swami, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has himself officiated this grand celebration of Chittirai Peruvara in Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam at Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Sarvagnya Peetham. All rituals and homas, all the celebrations performed during Brahmotsavams and special Utsavams here in Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam are micromanaged by the Supreme Pontiff himself and performed by his third eye awakened disciples, strictly as per Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of this ancient and most powerful spiritual ecosystem and enlightened Samrajyam, Kailasonata Shamalapita Sarvagnya Peetham, the Madurai Samrajyam, which was established by Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti and Bhagwan Sundareshwara Paramashiva themselves thousands of years ago. And this spiritual tradition still stands strongly through an unbroken lineage of Guru Mahasannidhanams, who are the direct representatives of Paramashiva, of supreme consciousness, and administering and executing the dharmic injunctions in the human society to align it back to dharma from time to time.
ॐ शिवानन्दपीयूषरत्नाकरस्थां शिवब्रह्मविश्वामरेशाभिवन्द्यां शिवध्यानलग्नां शिवज्ञानमूर्तिं शिवाख्यामतीतां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां शिवादिस्फुरत्पञ्चमञ्चाधि Mic test 2. Mic test 2.
Nithyanandam.
Mic test 2.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham.
Nithyanam, my test. Hello, Nithyanam, my test.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, we welcome you all to today's Uttaranga celebrations of the Chittirai Peruvira. Chittirai Peruvira is the festival that celebrates the life and glory of Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti and Sri Somasundareshwara Paramashiva, who together established the most ancient enlightened civilization and enlightenment ecosystem, Kailas Sonata Shamalapita Sarvagnya Peetham, the powerful ecosystem that stands tall even today through an unbroken lineage of enlightened masters and siddhars. The spiritual rulers, Guru Mahasannidhanams, heading the Madurai Samrajyam. Today, we are going to witness here in Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam at Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Sarvagnya Peetham, the grand Rathotsavam celebrations, the chariot festival, where Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti, along with Sri Somasundareshwara Swami Paramashiva, are going to grace the devotees and disciples on a wooden chariot and blessing them. Let us now, with the blessings of our beloved Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Adinam, the Shyamalapita Sarvagnya Peetham, the reviver of this ancient enlightenment ecosystem established by Devi Meenakshi and Bhagwan Sundareshwara Paramashiva themselves. In his presence, in his blessings, with his auspicious blessings, let us now begin this grand Rathotsavam celebrations.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तन्नमामि नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मध्यमां नित्यानन्दपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रीनिटिलकृतकस्तूरीतिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधारस्फुरितकटिकौपीनवसनः दधानो दुस्तारं शिरसि भनिराजं शशिकला प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते ॐ सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते शरणागत दीनार्थपरित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्ति हरे देवी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव सोमसुंदरेश्वर स्वामी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मीनाक्षी देव्यै नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि। शिवानन्दपीयूषरत्नाकरस्थां शिवब्रह्मविष्णुमरेशाभिवन्द्यां शिवध्यानलग्नां शिवज्ञानमूर्तिं शिवाख्यामतीतां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां शिवादिस्फुरत्पञ्चमञ्चाधिरूढां धनुर्बाणपाशाङ्कुशोद्भासि हस्तां नवीनार्कवर्णां नवीनेन्दुचूडां परब्रह्मपत्नीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालां किरीटाङ्गदोद्भासि माङ्गल्यसूत्रां स्फुरन्मेखलाहारताटङ्गभूषां परामन्त्रकां पाण्ड्यसिंहासनस्थां परन्धामरूपां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां ललामाञ्चितस्निग्धफालेन्दुभागां लसन्नीरजोत्फुल्लकल्हारसंस्थां ललाटे क्षणार्धाङ्गलग्नोज्ज्वलाङ्गीं परन्धामरूपां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां त्रिखण्डात्मविद्यां त्रिबिन्दुस्वरूपां त्रिकोणे लसन्तीं त्रिलोकावनम्रां त्रिबीजाधिरूढां त्रिमूर्त्यात्मविद्यां परब्रह्मपत्नीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालाम् सदा बिन्दुमध्योल्लसत्वेणिरम्यां समुत्तुङ्गवक्षोजभारावनम्रां क्वणन्नूपुरोपेतलाक्षारसार्द्र स्फुरत्पादपद्मां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां यमाद्यष्टयोगाङ्गरूपामरूपाम् अकाराक्षकारान्तवर्णामवर्णाम् अखण्डामनन्यामचिन्त्यामलक्ष्याम् अमेयात्मविद्यां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां सुधासागरान्ते मणिद्वीपमध्ये लसत्कल्पवृक्षोज्ज्वलद्बिन्दुचक्रे महायोगपीठे शिवाकारमञ्जे सदा सन्निषण्णां भजे पाण्ड्यबालाम् सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते शरणागत दीनार्थपरित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्थे हरे देवी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव सोमसुंदरेश्वर स्वामी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मीनाक्षि देव्यै नमः कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि
This grand Ratham, the wooden chariot, is a holographic representation of all the 14 lokas, the 14 planes of existence of the whole cosmos, 7 above and 7 below. Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti and Sri Somasundareshwara Swami Paramashiva are gracing the disciples and devotees here on this grand Ratham, the wooden chariot. This represents Devi Meenakshi and Sri Somasundareshwara Swami being the spindle, the axle around which all the 14 lokas of existence exist, and they are the center of the entire creation. It is from this seat that they rule the entire cosmos and administer the dharmic law, the cosmic law. It is indeed a blessing to have their darshan on this grand Ratham, and all the devotees and disciples who get an opportunity to pull this Ratham, this wooden chariot, are the most blessed among all the beings. The ancient and sacred Kathopanishad has compared the human body with the Ratham, a chariot. In this analogy, the human body is a chariot which is carrying God in the form of the soul, and he is the only traveler in this vehicle and is pulled by the senses as its horses and the discrimination as the person who is riding the chariot. The Sanskrit verse beautifully says, Rathotsavam Keshavam Drishtva Punarjanmana Vidhate, which means if anyone sees God while riding on a Ratham, they will be freed permanently from all the bonds, and they will never again come into the cycle of birth and death. That is the power of having the darshan of your chosen deity, of your favorite deity, gracing on a Ratham. Today, with this grand Rathotsavam, as the Uttaranga celebrations of the Chittirai Peruvara, let us all cherish this moment and be in a complete space of receptivity and restful awareness, and receive the Nayana Diksha of the Archavataras of Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti and Sri Somasundareshwara Swami, along with all the other gods and goddesses of Kailasa as their paraphernalia, as they grace us on this wooden chariot, this grand Ratham. Let us now offer Arati to all the Utsava Vigrahas.
सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातने गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते शरणागतदीनार्थपरित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्ति हरे देवी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव सोमसुंदरेश्वर स्वामी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मीनाक्षी देव्यै नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि।
Let us now continue to celebrate the Rathotsavam celebrations here in Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam at Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Sarvagnya Peetham, where the Utsava Vigrahas of Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti and Somasundareshwara Swami Paramashiva himself are gracing us today on the grand Ratham, the wooden chariot. Along with that, we are also graced by the presence of the Utsava Vigrahas of Sri Mahaganapati, Sri Subramanya Swami, Sri Chandikeshwara Swami, the Utsava Vigraha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam himself. All of them gracing us today, blessing us with their presence as we carry them joyfully in this grand procession all around the temple.
सुषुम्नान्तरन्ध्रे सहस्रारपद्मे रवीन्द्रग्निसंयुक्तचिच्चक्रमध्ये सुधामण्डलस्थे सुनिर्वाणपीठे सदा सञ्चरन्तीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालां षडन्ते नवान्ते लसद्वादशान्ते महाबिन्दुमध्ये सुनादान्तराळे शिवाख्ये कलातीतनिःशब्ददेशे सदा सञ्चरन्तीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालां चतुर्मार्गमध्ये सुकोणान्तराङ्गे खरन्ध्रे सुधाकारकूपान्तराळे निरालम्बपद्मे कलाषोडशान्ते सदा सञ्चरन्तीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालां स्फुटद्वन्द्वनिर्मुक्तवायुप्रलीन प्रकाशान्तराळे ध्रुवोपेतरम्ये महाषोडशान्ते मनोनाशदेशे सदा सञ्चरन्तीं भजे पाण्ड्यबालां चतुष्पत्रमध्ये सुकोणत्रयान्ते त्रिमूर्त्याधिवासे त्रिमार्गान्तराळे सहस्रारपद्मोचितां चित्प्रकाश प्रवाहप्रलीनां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां लसद्वादशान्तेन्दुपीयूषधारा वृतामूर्तिमानन्दमग्नान्तरङ्गां परां त्रिस्तनीं तां चतुष्कोटमध्ये
परन्धामरूपां
भजे पाण्ड्यबालां सहस्रारपत्ने सुषुम्नान्तमार्गे स्फुरचन्द्रपीयूषधारां पिबन्तीं सदा श्रावयन्तीं सुधामूर्तिमम्बां परञ्ज्योतिरूपां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां नमस्ते सदा पाण्ड्यराजेन्द्रकन्ये नमस्ते सदा सुन्दरेशाङ्कवासे नमस्ते नमस्ते सुमीनाक्षि देवी नमस्ते नमस्ते पुनस्ते नमोस्तु सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते शरणागत दीनार्तपरित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्ति हरे देवी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव सोमसुंदरेश्वर स्वामी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मीनाक्षी देव्यै नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि।
With great pride and privilege, we are grateful that our beloved Bhagwan, the very manifestation of Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti and Bhagwan Somasundareshwara Swami, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has himself officiated this grand celebration of Chittirai Peruvara in Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam at Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Sarvagnya Peetham. All rituals and homas, all the celebrations performed during Brahmotsavams and special Utsavams here in Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam are micromanaged by the Supreme Pontiff himself and performed by his third eye awakened disciples, strictly as per Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of this ancient and most powerful spiritual ecosystem and enlightened Samrajyam, Kailasonata Shamalapita Sarvagnya Peetham, the Madurai Samrajyam, which was established by Devi Meenakshi Paramashiva Shakti and Bhagwan Sundareshwara Paramashiva themselves thousands of years ago. And this spiritual tradition still stands strongly through an unbroken lineage of Guru Mahasannidhanams, who are the direct representatives of Paramashiva, of supreme consciousness, and administering and executing the dharmic injunctions in the human society to align it back to dharma from time to time.
शिवानंद पीयूषरत्नाकरस्थां शिव ब्रह्म विश्वामरेशाभिवन्द्यां शिवध्यानलग्नां शिवज्ञानमूर्तिं शिवाख्यामतीतां भजे पाण्ड्यबालां शिवादिस्फुरत्पञ्चमञ्चाधि